But, I mean, as long as it's working. Okay. Unhide everything. Let's see here. A new window? Yeah. Put that on my alternate monitor so I can see stuff. Switch the renderer to Eevee. Look at this other window here and watch me turn on the renderer. Look at the hair. And we can see that the hair is it's got a certain behavior to it. I don't know what causes this behavior. Might as well just do it here too, instead of being intrusive on that. Because what I'm looking for is all my hair tools. Like, there's this video I was watching.
The asset browser, find interpolator and drag and drop it on the hair. If you don't see it, don't worry, it's probably a Blender bug. Just close Blender and reopen it. Click on the surface box or color picker and choose the head surface that we made as the surface. As you can see, after we done that, the hair got spreaded all over the surface randomly. We want it to only spread across the parts we like. We can do that by adding weight paint to those areas. Let's disable the interpolate in the viewport just for now. Then select the surface and hold.
Okay, but how come I'm making this too hard for myself? I'm not supposed to worry about the um the thickness. That's what I'm trying to find. I'm trying to find the setting that tells me how thick the hair can be. I'm not a super big fan of the fact that the verts are clipping through. Okay. Well, then I'm just gonna have to put up with it until I get to that part of the step. Oh yeah, so also by the way, our reference is this, and we're trying to get this little something with the bottom layer here. I feel like that's what we should be going for with the bottom layer. With the stuff that's coming out of the back of the head. Well, then I'll just put it on the back of the head. That's what I want to do. I don't know what the extent of the scalp is on this character, so that's becoming a bit of a pain. Oops. I don't technically need this image here. I'm gonna decide. I don't care. Don't know. Don't care. And I'm just gonna go about fixing something else. I just want to see my chat working and my reference on my other screen. Which is like, oh wait, but hold on, what if I want... display capture 2 to be seen. Yeah. You see, that's what I wanted. To a degree, that's what I wanted, but only to a degree. Have the layout be like that? What the hell am I doing? uh, yeah, talk about intrusive. That's effectively just what I want to be seen there. Just that. Can I full screen it? Doesn't matter. Okay. Just the curviness of the hair. Kind of want to do that. We can lower the size of the brush greatly to mess with individual vertices. This is probably an issue with the sculpt or the reference, I don't know, but Okay, this is the thing that I need to see, and I need to be able to see it so that I can put it exactly where I want it. Kind of got this curve coming out here, a strand. So this is when we lower the length. Even more. Even more. Like this. That should do it. And then we gotta follow the reference a little bit better. Part of me is like, oh, I gotta be exact, but I'm like, no. I know I'm starting to realize I could have put it right there, around, closer to the ear. I really want to move it now. Can I move it from its roots? Smooth, slide, slide. Blender has nice features, apparently, which is nice. That's lovely. Just, it allows me to do that thing. It's so nice. I wouldn't expect Blender to be a relaxing experience. It's normally something that I feel I need to stress, but that's nice. It's nice that it's a relaxing thing to have it just work. Uh-oh. Gotta curve it the other way. This is gonna start way up here. Can I not? Didn't this have something to say over here about
This one, the hair is falling down, so I grab the hair and drag it to the bottom. Once you are satisfied, we can move on to the next hair strand. Click on Add Tool again.
why don't I have this on my screen? Why don't I have his tools?
Escape to place it back. PN selection to separate or tab and go to sculpt mode. This is where the fun begins. Pick
What? Like, where are the... Where are my tools? Why is my view simplified? I don't have access to important tools. Like, why? Okay.
So hide this original here and press Shift A, curve and path. Go into the perspective 1 view and select these vertices and move with the top. Scale it around the x-axis and select these vertices and extrude and name it whatever you want, but it's texture and
Let's create fur in Blender.
Okay, but the thing I'm trying to understand is not making messy long hair. Ugh, he's using a plugin. Which is great, but what about without plugins? Nothing. Nothing. Um, comment section?
put in a small number. But if
Okay, but the thing I'm trying to figure out how to do is get more settings in the toolbar that allow me to edit one thing at a time so that now it's not doing anything. So I don't know. No sé por qué. I see. I mean, that's great.
it and press the Create Hair button. Whenever you want, start adding the hair strands. Just like the default hair modeling tool, you can increase, decrease, add, or remove the different hair strands with ease, but now with your own unique style added to it. Now that you have your model set up and ready to go, just click on it to select it and press the Create Hair button. Whenever
Bruh. What I'm looking for ooh. That's really nice. But what I'm trying to figure out how to do.
I'm going to tell you the full process, and it will do is that I will simply close my blender because we got the blender file, and just simply click on geometry node. Here's the file that we get from this person. Okay, so simply disconnect scene vault. Okay, so now we are that he have is the hairs that he created from this geometry nodes, which are super awesome. And what are he triggering here is that mesh to curve, mesh to hairs, and curve to hairs. Okay, so
It doesn't help me.
Hi there. Welcome to all the children particle will clamp. You can see on the negative value it will clamp from the root. This shape means from where we want to start the clamping. Another thing which is important is roughness. This random section will increase the spread of the wave on the particles. This size section denotes the size of that wave or roughness. Threshold controls how many particles should have this roughness settings. 0. Use count number 1.
This doesn't feel like a very good workflow, but I mean, it's like...
Now, select the roots. I'm trying to adjust different settings for my hair to look good.
Okay.
This is the number of particles. Self-explanatory. This seed value controls the randomness distribution of hairs. This is the hair length, how long the hair we want. This is the segment, which means the division the hair curve.
Oh, what? Huh? Oh. What? Particle edit? In the hell? So how do I get...
You can see the divisions to enable this option.
Okay, what if I'm working with the wrong hair? What if... What if I'm in the wrong... with what it is I'm doing? Okay, so what if we add then empty hair? Do we get... What? Bruh. Okay, so we're gonna get rid of this.
Hello, I'm Alex, and in this Blender tutorial, I'll share with you some of the most important what the hairs are for. It maybe will mention is I noticed not only the tips round, but also if it's like this, some hairs will look more straight and some will be high, so you need to adjust some of them. So this is amplitude. You see, the amplitude was really high, so we will set this to something reasonable. And a curve, the parent between the parent curves have been filled out. Let me show you my guide again to show you exactly what it does. So simple, we have a curve, the parent curve, and the children are
But I still don't have particle edit.
Hey, this is gonna be a bit long up, so yeah, select your plane. Go to particle properties and click on plus and put it on hair so we can begin. First we got number, that literally means what it means, the number of hair particles on the plane. Second one is seed, the randomness of the particles on your plane. Just play with it. You can change the length of the hair here. Next one is segments, which means the amount of segments you have on your strands. More segments equal more control over the strands and also smoother curve. For example, if you put number 10 on segments, you will have exactly 10 segments on each hair. Now before we go any further, something that I don't see many people mention, in the render properties while you're using Eevee, go down and in the hair section, you'll find these options. You can put it on a strip for better results in Eevee. Back to particle properties in the render section, we have material. You can select the material of your hair here, make sure you have the material in your plane. If not, it's not going to appear in this section. Below that we have steps. The more steps you have, the more segments your strand's gonna have in the final render, which means smoother curve in the hair. But more steps equal heavier projects, so keep that in mind. We also have the exact same option in the viewport display. It's the same thing, but it goes out to what you see in the viewport right now. We have show emitter option in render and viewport display. If you only want to see your hair and not the plane under it, turn it off. Now for the good part. In the children section, we got 3 options. First one doesn't do anything. If you put it on simple, it adds hair around every strand you have. You can increase or decrease the number of hairs around it. Interpolated means it adds hair between the strands and it smoothly fills in the empty spots on the plane. And by increasing the number, you can see it slowly fills in the middle. Under the display amount, we got render amount, which means the amount of children hair you want to see in the final render. You can make the hair shorter by decreasing the length. We got another seed here. That means the same thing as the first one. Another important one is clumping. By increasing the clump, the hair tips get close to each other, and by decreasing, the hair roots get close to each other. And shape defines where this clumping begin to happen. We got 3. Before we do that, we're gonna make the vertex group for the hair. Select your model, go to side view, in the edit mode, while you're in X-ray mode, select the faces in the hair area. When you did that, in object data properties, make a new vertex group, and click on assign. Make another one for the side and another one for the top only. Now what we're gonna do is, to select our first vertex group that contains the whole head, and click on select, then assign it to other 2 vertex groups. When it's done, I'm deselecting the top part of the head, then click on remove. So only top parts remain on this vertex group. Press Ctrl I to invert the faces. Now selecting the side vertex group, click on remove. Now we got a whole head, a top part, a side part that we're gonna assign the hair particles to these areas. Remember, it can be different for each hairstyle, so study your reference before doing so. You can go to weight paint mode and fix or smooth out any parts you think is rough. First, I select the model and add the hair particles. I put these numbers on emission, but it can be different in your situation. Increase the path to my segment amount in both viewport and render section. Then at the vertex groups, I put my top vertex group that I made in density, go to particle edit mode, and now we are ready to groom. I start dragging the hair to the back from different views. Not gonna speed up the video too much for you guys to actually see what I'm doing. I make the hair in the back a bit shorter, then select the vertices in the bottom. While proportional editing is on, scale it down by pressing S to get the tips close to each other.
I am very confused. Like, what the hell? But what about the stylizing part that was just like that's great that I can access particle edit now, but now I can't stylize anything. Add, what does that do? Oh, what if I push shift or control? Nothing. Puff? Why doesn't it give me the ability to... Actually, it kind of does. Cutting is that. Okay, and then I can add hair like this. And if I push, go to object mode and push play, it doesn't do anything. Uh, render. Hair dynamics. Okay, that's great and good. Though I would prefer if please don't crash. Oh god, please don't crash. I mean, it doesn't. I'm not gonna lose a whole lot. Okay, cool. New. Base color, black. And then go back to the particles, render, material. From a distance, that looks pretty edgy.
Now for more control over the roots of the hair, make sure you're in point select mode. Press F3 and search select roots. Press Ctrl plus to grow the selection, then right click and subdivide. This way we could have smoother curves in the roots. In children's section, I put it on interpolated and increased the display amount to see how the hair turned out for the first time. For more realism, I added some clump to the hair. Maybe some uniform roughness to overall shape of the hair, and random roughness with 0.5 threshold to get that realistic frizzy hair sticking out. You can mess around with the size of course, to see what fits you best. Now for the kink, I use braids. Increase the amplitude and decrease the frequency to make it less intense. I go to Eevee render mode to see the hair better, then fix the issues or parts that I don't like. Back in particle edit mode. If you think it's necessary to see your hair while grooming, turn on children. The left side is kinda missing some strands, so I manually added few to fill out the empty distance between them, then groom them just like the rest. Now it looks kinda decent. So I move on to the next part of our hair making, the side. In particle properties, add a new particle system and put it on hair. This time a really short number for the length. Again, this is according to my reference. You should change it based on yours. Since it's a really short hair and doesn't need curving that much, I put the number 2 on the segments. In the vertex group, put the side vertex group that we
What
made
are you
in
doing?
density.
Why do they need to be so short? Oh yeah,
Whenever
because
you
he's...
think you need more hair in some areas, just add some. But make sure the keys number on the right menu is matching with the number you entered for the segments on this particle system so they could have the same amount of segments. Then I start grooming the hair based on the flow of the hair, which has a standard but not for everybody, so always look at your reference. Back in object mode in particle settings, I put it on interpolated, increase the display and render amount by a lot to fill in the side of the head, then increase the hair shape size to thicken it up a bit. For now, I give it a simple brown color material. I think it looks good, but I'm gonna cover the hair shader in Eevee in a separate video next week, cause we can do a lot of cool things with it. I can't explain it in this video, it gets a bit long. I start adding more strands in the front, cause I wanted the hairline more visible, then groom and dragged it beneath the hair on top. And that's about it. Next week we're gonna cover how to give it a nice hair shader in Eevee and multiple colors and stuff. So be sure to check that one out. And yeah, thanks for watching. See ya.
Okay. I'm starting to realize that, like, I'm putting all kinds of pressure on myself to make something really nice. But it's like, okay. I mean, this isn't originally how I was picturing myself doing it, but puff. But if I go to sculpt mode, I do get these tools. And then if I go to particle edit, I lose all of those tools again. So It's like, but what if I...
segment amount in bold for you guys to actually F3 and search select roots. Press
Okay, but what about individually? Edit mode? No. Select root. It's a little nice little tool that I can...
Ctrl plus to grow the selection, then right click and subdivide. This way we could have smoother curves in the roots.
But what if I don't like the placement of a thing? Okay, but what if I want to isolate? What's visible in my selection?
So let's look at them one by one, starting with parting and clumping. Both of them pretty insignificant, to be honest. But let's cover them anyway. Parting, I have no idea what it does. You define a min and a max value, and then there's this parting slider that just bends the hair particles a little bit. I don't know, I've never used it successfully. And then there's also the clumping panel that just clumps either the root or the tip of each children particle to the closest parent particle together. This might be useful to create clumped effects like this. And both these effects can be replicated in the particle edit mode and with much more freedom, so I've never found myself using them here. But again, this is not what I was talking about when I said interpolated children particles unlocks really important features. What I was actually talking about was the roughness panel and the kink panel. The kink panel. What does kink actually mean? Does it not mean what I think it means? Oh. So it means exactly what it's supposed to mean. It's just my dirty mind that's been polluted by the internet. Apologies for that. And I think I've gone on enough tangents at this point as well. So now let's really get to the steps you would have entered previously. If you have two steps, the uniformity of the strands is affected based on that low number. You increase it to something like 6 and the noise occurs at multiple.
Okay, but what the fuck? Hmm. Hmm. Okay, okay. Let's get rid of this, go back to object mode, get rid of this. This is something that might help us that I've not been using. Asset browser. Hair. Uh, and then we go to particle edit or sculpt or what? What's he doing here? Then we'll get rid of the particle system and then add it again. Okay. Not supported in sculpt mode. What the hell are you talking about?
Hi everyone, welcome to my channel. Select the comb brush and change the brush x-axis. Let's make V islands must not overlap. Properties tab. As you can see, the surface deform modifier has been. This empty curve object is under the head object in the outliner editor. Click on the modifier properties tab. As you can see, the surface deform modifier has been added. To add hair curves, ensure that the model has a UV map. Without a UV map, hair curves cannot be added. Additionally, UV islands must not overlap. Otherwise, an error message will occur. With the curve object selected, switch to Sculpt mode. In the left panel, you can
Okay, but here's the thing: is I've been doing that this whole fucking time. Select this. I go and I select empty hair. Double checking to see if that's the right. I'm supposed to be doing that, right?
switch to curve. With the curve object selected, switch to sculpt mode. To add hair curves, ensure see the rotation and scale transforms. Go to the Add menu and add an empty hair. This empty curve object is under the head object in the outliner editor. Click on the Modifier Properties tab. As you can see, the Surface Deform modifier has been added. To add hair curves, ensure that the
Okay, so I have this. It is, in fact, selected. I go to Sculpt mode. Something's wrong. Is it because I'm using the new version of Blender? Because that would very much suck. It's in 4.0, that's great. Get rid of this. Object mode. Empty hair. Sculpt mode. Oh no, that fucking sucks, dude. So I, in fact, do actually.
model has a UV map. Without a UV map, hair curves cannot be added. Additionally, UV islands must not overlap.
Hey there friends, Martin here, and yep, I took my sweet time exploring this Geometry Nodes hair topic. They've been around from version 3.5, but I got into it only now when I'm starting to research new tools for my future short films. And yes, I'm pretty excited about what I've learned and what options this new hair system gives me for my projects. As far as I know, the possibility to animate or simulate these hair is still to be officially added. But otherwise, for static renders, this is already an amazing alternative to particle hair. And since the Blender devs want to focus solely on geometry nodes from now on, it makes sense to learn it sooner rather than later. In this video, let me quickly show you how easy it is to get into this topic. Step by step, I'll explain how I went about making the beard for this Thracian character from my Heroes of Bronze project without ever dipping into the geometry node networks. Sounds good? Let's get to it then. And remember, you can always visit my Patreon where I offer the blend file with the final hair and also a longer video with me working more extensively on these, creating more types of hair and fur. There will be more short films, so any support for Heroes of Bronze is always much appreciated. This is the character model I've been working on for this image. It's not really animated, and neither is the clothing here, as you can see. I only have this pose, which I've created and exported from iClone. And then I keyframed it at frame 40 and added a T-pose at the beginning. Neither the clothing nor the weapons are now important, so I have them on separate collections, and let me now deactivate them. What is left is this beard and these pathetic little hair at the forehead, which were originally poking from underneath the cap. So let's create some of these, shall we? More specifically, the beard. By the way, back in the day, I've actually made quite an extensive tutorial series on how I make particle hair in Blender. Still pretty much followable in Blender 4.0, I'd say. So
to create amazing hairstyles on Blender 3.5, you can now use these pre-made geometry node setups, which save a ton of time and are much easier to use. After watching this video, you will know a workflow to create any hairstyle from scratch, whether that's for realistic, stylized, or video game characters. And for everyone that is asking for hair simulations, the first version of node-based simulations are planned to be added in Blender 3.6. To start, create a separate hair scalp mesh. I like to just duplicate the head geometry, but creating a new mesh works too. To avoid any major issues, make sure that the scalp mesh isn't super dense and has a UV map. If you can't see a UV map in the object properties, make sure to UV unwrap your model. Also make sure that this symbol is off for the scalp mesh to hide it in the final render. Now make sure that the scalp mesh is selected and add an empty hair object. This will allow you to switch from object mode to sculpt mode, and with the add brush you can add your first hair curves. If you want to add longer hair, you can change the length in the curve shape menu. Also, depending on your hair length, you might need a different point count. I usually use 4 for short, 8 for medium, and 16 for long hair. In this system, every hairstyle consists of 2 types of curves, guide or parent curves and children curves. Guide curves are the ones that you use to style the hair. You can add, remove and adjust those in the hair sculpt mode. Children curves copy the shape of the parent curves and are used to fill the hairstyle. To add those, you can use the new geometry nodes modifiers. Just open a new window and switch to the asset browser. The duplicate hair curve modifier duplicates every curve guide in a radius around it, so when you move the guide curve, the children will follow. The interpolate hair curves modifier, on the other hand, adds children evenly over the whole surface, which then copy the shape of the curves they are the closest to, which means that they don't follow a single guide curve, but combine the shapes of multiple that are closest to them to determine their own shape. The hairstyling process is made up of 3 steps. To create our hairstyle, we first need to define its shape with guide curves, to then afterwards fill it with interpolated hair. And to make sure that the interpolation works well, the guides need to be evenly distributed over the whole scalp. So imagine removing 99% of all your hairstyle's hair, and the remaining ones are your guide curves. For this, I would always recommend to use references from all angles to avoid frustration. I've linked my reference for myself in the description if you want to practice and compare your version to mine. Also, if you actually do that, make sure to add me on Instagram or Twitter. I'm curious to see your results. I like to start with the most obvious ones, adding one, shaping it, adding the next one until the whole scalp is filled. You can use the comb brush to brush the curves in the right direction and the grow and shrink brush to adjust their length. Also, to make sure that they don't go through the surface, you can enable surface collision with this button right here. If you want to understand what all the brushes do, I'll link my hair guide at the end of this video where I go in depth into all of them. Right now you don't really need any of these. To make sure that you're not affecting finished curves, select the mask brush, switch to the curve mode and brush over the curve you're currently working on. Once you're done, you can just press A and the mask is gone. To be even quicker, you can press A to make sure all curves are selected, and then press Ctrl I to unselect all of them, and the next curve you're adding will be the only one selected. Also, don't worry about the blockiness of the curves right now, we'll fix
with the gravity and the weights and the pressure, and you will get the fun results. Time to fun part. Add the surface deform to the original hair and move it the top of the subdivision surface. Select the fake hair with the eyedropper tool and assign the vertex group that we have created. And make sure it's inverted because we have did the inverted weighted pen, and hit the bind. And now select the fake hair, go to the physics property and hit the bake. And there you go. You have a hair simulated, but we have a problem that it is getting inside of the head. What I will do, I will freeze the frame at the center of the simulation and hit the unbind and bind again. Now it's good. And now add the animation to our character. If something wrong, we have to bake it again. Select the fake hair and go into the physics property and delete the bake and bake again. Ta-da! Now enable the surface deform. And what's wrong with it? It's creepy. What the okay, I got it. Move the surface deform in the top of the armature, and now it's good. You have a hair simulation. Ta-da! Alright, now you can create anything whatever you want. So let's go and LFZ. Thank you and bye.
Want to know a way of simulating your hair curves in Blender? This is Lise. I made a groom for her using the new hair system. It has multiple systems, all using different modifiers and settings. I wanted to simulate all of them at once, using only easy nodes. To get to the point quickly, the method I used relies on using cloth simulation on a proxy mesh to deform the curves. I made some simple node trees that you can get for free with the link in the description. A bit of manual work is needed to get them to work though. I'll show you how to make them, what they do, and how to get the simulation working on the curves. To keep the demonstration short, I will only remake a proxy for one hair system. Before doing anything, make sure you're happy with your groom and are done with it. If you need to modify it later on, you'll have to either update or redo the proxy completely. First thing first, we need to resample the curves with a resample strand node, because the point count and indexes are crucial with this method. This is the resample strand node group, which is the built-in resample curve node, but ready to go. Plugging the point count input of the node to the group input will allow you to choose the point count directly in the modifiers tab. Create or add your resample node, choose your point count and hit apply. 2. Duplicate your hair system and add a proxy suffix to its name. Delete all modifiers and convert it to a mesh. The strands of the resulting mesh should have the exact same point count and index as their corresponding curve strands. Go back to your hair system. We'll add a follow proxy node right below the surface deform. It has to be above anything else. This is the follow proxy node group. The object info node is used to reference the proxy. Its object input is plugged into the group input, so you can directly pick the proxy mesh as the object in the modifiers tab. The node is plugged into a sample index node. The sample index node set to vector with a position and an index nodes plugged in will retrieve the position and index of all vertices in the proxy. Last is a set position node. The sample index is plugged into the position input, while the original hair system's geometry is plugged in the geometry input. From what I understand, it will look at the curve points indexes. Look for matching indexes in the proxy, and glue each curve points to their corresponding proxy vertex. 3. Let's go back to the proxy. Let's create a roots group. If you only have a few strands like in my example, you can select the roots by hand. Otherwise, you can use a Create Root Group node. This is the Create Root Group node. It will temporarily reconvert your proxy to curves with the Mesh to Curves node. The Endpoint Selection node, which only works with curves, needs to have its first input set to 1 and the other set to 0. It will retrieve the first point of each strand. Plugged into a Capture Attribute node, it will save the information. The Curve to Mesh node will make sure your strands become a mesh once more. Now, with the value output of the Capture Attribute node plugged into the group output, you can name the attribute in the Modifiers tab. Name it Roots and hit Apply. Go in the Properties tab. In the Attribute panel, you will find a Roots attribute. Click on the little arrow next to it. Choose Convert. Select Vertex Group. Your attribute will now appear as a vertex group. Duplicate this group. Name it Pin. 4. For collisions to work, we'll need actual geometry, not just points. In the 3D viewport, change the transform orientations to normal. In edit mode, select all the strands that will need simulation, extrude on the x-axis to create a thin plane. Depending on the hair and art style, you'll probably need more than just a pin at the root for the simulation. To quickly add more weights to the pin group, hop into weight paint mode. Grab the gradient tool and lower the strength. Give a few strokes, each shorter than the last, starting from the roots. It should give you a nice weight gradient along the strands. 6. Duplicate your proxy if you have multiple hair systems to simulate, and change its suffix to cage. If you only have one hair system, you can keep working on the proxy mesh. No need for a cage. You can now add cloth simulation to the cage or proxy. Select the pin group in the Shape panel, up the collision quality a bit, and choose a small collision distance value. You'll find the ideal distance by trial and error. You can also enable self-collisions if necessary. Personally, I won't. For the preset, I like to use cotton. Here are Lee's collider settings and the wind effector settings as an example. For the wind to have a noticeable effect, don't hesitate to bump the value up in the field weight panel of the cloth simulation. And to get a better result, I like to add a smooth corrective modifier below the cloth simulation. Add the root group as the vertex group and invert it, so that the roots actually stick to the scalp. Be careful though, sometimes it causes clipping by smoothing out collision results too much. If you used a cage, add a surface deform modifier to the proxy mesh. If some strands don't require simulation, add them to a new vertex group. Select it in the surface deform modifier and invert it. Tick the sparse bind option. Finally, bind the proxy to the cage mesh. 7. If you only have one hair system, you're done. If not, you'll need to repeat these steps for all hair systems and join the cage meshes as a single mesh. For example, make proxy mesh, add follow proxy, create root and pin group, add geometry, weight paint, make cage mesh, and instead of adding cloth simulation to the new cage, select it, select the previous cage, and join them. You just need to make sure their vertex groups have corresponding names. Once you've created proxies for all hair systems and made the final combined cage, add surface deform modifier to all proxies and bind them to the cage. Remember to use a vertex group to exclude non-simulated strands when needed. And voila, that's done. Feel free to test and modify this method. The steps don't need to be followed in the exact same order. The nodes are super simple due to my lack of node experience, and could be enhanced. There is a lot more that can be done. Tubes can be used instead of planes when simulating thick curls, or braids. You can find example of that in the demo file on Gumroad. And you can also use armature, lattice, and all other deforming modifiers on the proxies and cages. Anyway, I hope you found this video useful. Feel free to leave a like and subscribe.
One of the best ways to animate hair in Blender is using the old particle system, in my opinion, and using weight painting. So I'm going to show you how using weight painting and the old particle system helped me simulate this hair and make it look somewhat realistic. Let's get into it. As you can see here, I used the weight painting. What is in red, it's going to stay still and not move. What's in green is going to move a little bit, and what's in blue, it's going to simulate a lot. This helped me maintain the structure of the hair. It helped me minimize the amount of collisions, and also it helped me reduce the bake time when I hit bake, so that came in clutch. These were the settings that I used for the hair dynamics. The pin goal is very important, the quality steps, the distance for the collision, and also the damping and everything else that you see in there. And then I just hit bake. So these were the settings for the collisions, for the head and the body. I kept these values relatively low, and then I went ahead and just left the top part of the head still, the baby hairs and the spikes, and the only thing I simulated was the back of the head and the strings, so that made it a little bit easier for me and my computer. If you're simulating hair in Blender, definitely consider not simulating all of the parts of the hair.
Want to know a way?
The first rule of rigging in Blender. Step 1. Add an armature. Step 2. Find your character. Step 3. The first rule of
Hey, all right, Danny Mac. All right, buddy. Is it just hidden the rig, or is it sculpted like that? It's just sculpted like that. What I'm looking for, what I'm trying to find, None of this is what I'm looking to figure out how to do. Except for like maybe this one. This one kind of gets into it.
How to add detail to your 3D hairs easy. Use V to split edges, and use proportional editing to move flyaway hairs. This is an easy way to add detail.
Okay, but there's not really a whole lot that shows me
Want to know a way of Feel free to leave a like and subscribe.
I just had it. Where is it? I just watched it. It was this one. I mean, like, her art style is ugly as fuck, but like...
One of the best ways to animate hair in Blender is using the old particle system, in my opinion, and using weight painting. So I'm going to show you how using weight painting and the old particle system helped me simulate this hair and make it look somewhat realistic. Let's get into it. As you can see here, I used the weight painting. What is in red, it's going to stay still and not move. What's in green is going to move a little bit, and what's in blue, it's going to simulate a lot. This helped me maintain the structure of the hair. It helped me minimize the amount of collisions, and also it helped me reduce the bake time when I hit bake, so that came in clutch. These were the settings that I used for the hair dynamics. The pin goal is very important, the quality steps, the distance for the collision, and also the damping and everything else that you see in there. And then I just hit bake. So these were the settings for the collisions, for the head and the body. I kept these values relatively low, and then I went ahead and just left the top part of the head still, the baby hairs and the spikes, and the only thing I simulated was the back of the head and the strings, so that made it a little bit easier for me and my computer. If you're simulating hair in Blender, definitely consider not simulating all of the parts of the hair.
Like...
Want to know a way of simulating your hair curves in Blender? This is Lise. I made a groom for her using the new hair system. It has multiple systems, all using different modifiers and settings. I wanted to simulate all of them at once, using only easy nodes. To get to the point quickly, the method I used relies on using cloth simulation on a proxy mesh to deform the curves. I made some simple node trees that you can get for free with the link in the description. A bit of manual work is needed to get them to work though. I'll show you how to make them, what they do, and how to get the simulation working on the curves. To keep the demonstration short, I will only remake a proxy for one hair system. Before doing anything, make sure you're happy with your groom and are done with it. If you need to modify it later on, you'll have to either update or redo the proxy completely. First thing first, we need to resample the curves with a resample strand node, because the point count and indexes are crucial with this method. This is the resample strand node group, which is the built-in resample curve node, but ready to go. Plugging the point count input of the node to the group input will allow you to choose the point count directly in the Modifiers tab. Create or add your resample node. Choose your point count and hit apply. 2. Duplicate.
I'm not catching anything here, except it's like...
your hair system and add a proxy suffix to its name. Delete all modifiers and convert it to a mesh. The strands of the resulting mesh should have the exact same point count and index as their corresponding curve strands. Go back to your hair system. We'll add a follow proxy node right below the surface to form. It has to be above anything else. This is the follow proxy node group. The object info node is used to reference the proxy. Its object input is plugged into the group input, so you can directly pick the proxy mesh as the object in the modifiers tab. The node is plugged into a sample index node. The sample index node set to vector with a position and an index nodes plugged in will retrieve the position and index of all vertices in the proxy. Last is a set position node. The sample index is plugged into the position input while the original hair system's geometry is plugged in the geometry input. From what I understand, it will look at the curve points indexes. Look for matching indexes in the proxy and glue each curve points to their corresponding proxy vertex. 3. Let's go back to the proxy. Let's create a roots group. If you only have a few strands like in my example, you can select the roots by hand. Otherwise, you can use a create root group node. This is the create root group node. It will temporarily reconvert your proxy to curves with the mesh to curves node. The endpoint selection node, which only works with curves, needs to have its first input set to 1 and the other set to 0. It will retrieve the first point of each strand. Plugged into a capture attribute node, it will save the information. The curve to mesh node will make sure your strands become a mesh once more. Now, with the value output of the capture attribute node plugged into the group output, you can name the attribute in the modifiers tab. Name it roots and hit apply. Go in the properties tab. In the attribute panel, you will find a roots attribute. Click on the little arrow next to it. Choose convert. Select vertex group. Your attribute will now appear as a vertex group. Duplicate this group. Name it pin. 4. For collisions to work, we'll need actual geometry, not just points. In the 3D viewport, change the transform orientations to normal. In edit mode, select all the strands that will need simulation, extrude on the x-axis to create a thin plane. Depending on the hair and art style, you'll probably need more than just a pin at the root for the simulation. To quickly add more weights to the pin group, hop into weight paint mode. Grab the gradient tool and lower the strength. Give a few strokes, each shorter than the last, starting from the roots. It should give you a nice weight gradient along the strands. 6. Duplicate your proxy if you have multiple hair systems to simulate, and change its suffix to cage. If you only have one hair system, you can keep working on the proxy mesh. No need for a cage.
It's like a really complicated process, and
Want to know a way of...
it's like there's not a whole lot of why is it in 3.6?
Want to know a way of...
Oh. Oh, I'm dumb. Okay.
of simulating your hair curves in Blender? This is Lise. I made a groom for her using the new hair system. It has multiple systems, all using different modifiers and settings. I wanted to simulate all of them at once, using only easy nodes. To get to the point quickly, the method I used relies on using cloth simulation on a proxy mesh to deform the curves. I made some simple node trees that you can get for free with the link in the description. A bit of manual work is needed to get them to work though. I'll show you how to make them, what they do, and how to get the simulation working on the curves. To keep the demonstration short, I will only remake a proxy for one hair system. Before doing anything, make sure you're happy with your groom and are done with it. If you need to modify it later on, you'll have to either update or redo the proxy completely. First thing first, we need to resample the curves with a resample strand node, because the point count and indexes are crucial with this method. This is the resample strand node group, which is the built-in resample curve node, but ready to go. Plugging the point count input of the node to the group input will allow you to choose the point count directly in the modifiers tab. Create or add your resample node. Choose your point count and hit apply. 2. Duplicate your hair system and add a proxy suffix to its name. Delete all modifiers and convert it to a mesh. The strands of the resulting mesh should have the exact same point count and index as their corresponding curve strands. Go back to your hair system. We'll add a follow proxy node right below the surface to form. It has to be above anything else. This is the follow proxy node group. The object info node is used to reference the proxy. Its object input is plugged into the group input, so you can directly pick the proxy mesh as the object in the modifiers tab. The node is plugged into a sample index node. The sample index node set to vector with a position and an index nodes plugged in will retrieve the position and index of all vertices in the proxy. Last is a set position node. The sample index is plugged into the position input, while the original hair system's geometry is plugged in the geometry input. From what I understand, it will look at the curve points indexes. Look for matching indexes in the proxy, and glue each curve points to their corresponding proxy vertex. 3. Let's go back to the proxy. Let's create a roots group. If you only have a few strands like in my example, you can select the roots by hand. Otherwise, you can use a create root group node. This is the create root group node. It will temporarily reconvert your proxy to curves with the mesh to curves node. The endpoint selection node, which only works with curves, needs to have its first input set to 1 and the other set to 0. It will retrieve the first point of each strand. Plugged into a capture attribute node, it will save the information. The curve to mesh node will make
Bruh, how do you
Want
isolate
to know a way of
selection?
simulating your hair curves in Blender? This is Lise. I made a groom for her using the new hair. Delete all modifiers and convert it to a mesh. The
I have so many questions, like, but how do I,
strands of the resulting mesh should have the exact same point count and index as their corresponding curve strands. Go back to your hair system. We'll add a follow proxy node right below the surface to form. It has to be above anything else. This is the follow proxy node group.
Okay, this is how we isolate the selection. Why can I not edit the tips? And only the stuff in the center. Okay, let's start over. Because I mean, we're looking at the center of the face. This is kind of like, boop, it's off to the end here. Ugh, breath. I'm too worried about the details. Just get it done, man. It's first hair. I made a massive mistake making my first character. Making my OC. Yeah, my OC is my first character. Without a tutorial. In a sense that I was super following. keep making this hair curve and then going, but is that the play? Is that the move? Is that the thing I want? Do I want to do it this way, or do I want to do it with dynamic hair curves the way that they do in this tutorial here? Because they are in fact using
Root group node. This is the create root group node. It will temporarily reconvert your proxy to curves with the mesh to curves node. The endpoint selection node, which only works with curves, needs to have its first input set to 1 and the other set to 0. If collisions to work, we'll need actual geometry, not just points. In the 3D viewport, change the transform orientations to normal. In edit mode, select all the strands that will need simulation. Extrude on the x-axis to create a thin plane.
Okay, but when I go to edit mode while these are out, what happens is edit mode. Oh.
Depending on the hair and art style, you'll probably need more than just a pin at the root for the simulation. To quickly add more weights to the pin group, hop into weight paint mode. Grab the gradient tool and lower the strength. Give a few strokes, each shorter than the last, starting from the roots. It should give you a nice weight gradient along the strands. 6. Duplicate your proxy if you have multiple hair systems to simulate, and change its suffix to cage. If you only have one hair system, you can keep working on the proxy mesh. No need for a cage. You can now add cloth simulation to the cage or proxy. Select the pin group in the shape panel, up the collision quality a bit, and choose a small collision distance value. You'll find the ideal distance by trial and error. You can also enable self-collisions if necessary. Personally, I won't. For the preset, I like to use cotton. Here are least collider settings and the wind effector settings as an example. For the wind to have a noticeable effect, don't hesitate to bump the value up in the field weight panel of the cloth simulation. And to get a better result, I like to add a smooth corrective modifier below the cloth simulation. Add the root group as the vertex group and invert it, so that the roots actually stick to the scalp. Be careful though, sometimes it causes clipping by smoothing out collision results too much. If you used a cage, add a surface deform modifier to the proxy mesh. If some strands don't require simulation, add them to a new vertex group. Select it in the surface deform modifier and invert it. Tick the sparse bind option. Finally, bind the proxy to the cage mesh. 7. If you only have one hair system, you're done. If not, you'll need to repeat these steps for all hair systems and join the cage meshes as a single mesh. For example, make proxy mesh, add follow proxy, create root and pin group, add geometry, weight paint, make cage mesh, and instead of adding cloth simulation to the new cage, select it, select the previous cage, and join them. You just need to make sure their vertex groups have corresponding names. Once you've created proxies for all hair systems and made the final combined cage, add surface deform modifier to all proxies and bind them to the cage. Remember to use a vertex group to exclude non-simulated strands when needed. And voila! That's done. Feel free to test and modify this method. The steps don't need to be followed in the exact same order. The nodes are super simple due to my lack of node experience, and could be enhanced. There is a lot more that can be done. Tubes can be used instead of planes when simulating thick curls, or braids. You can find example of that in the demo file on Gumroad. And you can also use armature, lattice, and all other deforming modifiers on the proxies and cages. Anyway, I hope you found this video useful. Feel free to leave a like and subscribe.
I'm so confused. Like, I don't even know where to start. Do I start making it not for animation, or do I start making it for animation? Making it for animation is like a step ahead, and it's a lot more complicated. so I can't. I can't start with making it for animation. And the method that I am using is probably just the best method that there is right now. Brother, what the hell? There we go. How do I Control D? Shift S? I'm streaming. Don't be doing that. What am I doing here? I'm trying to subdivide it, and I don't remember how to do that. don't remember how to grow the selection. I don't remember how to subdivide. Right click sure as hell isn't doing anything, so what the heck? Selection, curves. Normally, you just if I go into edit mode for this, yeah, just have stuff selected and subdivide it. But when I right click here, it doesn't do anything. Oh, I guess everybody heard that. That's great. Okay, well, in order for me to I've got to go to the curve shape, raise the amount of points that there are on the thing. 12. Right there. It's really frustrating though, because it's like if I want something particularly in a very specific spot, I have to delete everything. To get it back to the way I want. Hmm. Please let me move on from this curve. I'm so I'm so over it, dude. Ah. So there's a way to particularly snake hook it. Literally called snake hook. Why am I being DM'd right now, brother?
Soup. If I put
I know. Okay, but can I just... I'm going to do some toying around. There we go, that's what I was looking for. Vector shape. That's so bizarre. Well then, if that's the case, we're gonna delete it because curve shape points 12 1 boink. Okay, so now I get more stuff to work with. Hold on. This one complicated. I don't know. Don't know what the hell.
Let's make some stylized hair grooms with Blender's new hair system. In this video, I'll recreate this hairstyle I made for one of my characters. The job will be rougher to keep the tutorial short. Feel free to follow along or to use it as an example to create your own hairstyle. The shader I'm using is inspired by a tutorial from Lightning Boy Studios channel. I encourage you to check their channel out if you're interested in this kind of art style and don't already know them. You'll find a link to their tutorial in the description, along with a link to a demo file on my Gumroad. The demo here in there have a pretty similar shader that you can grab for free. 1. The preparations. I skipped this step when doing the groom, since it is an updated version of a previous groom I had made with the old hair particle system. However, it's good practice to search for references and create a hair draft by roughly sculpting a mesh in the shape of the hairstyle you want to achieve. It helps place the hair curves correctly and gives an idea of the final groom style and volume. This specific groom and its shader work best with Eevee. In the render settings, make sure you're in Eevee, that the curve shape in the curves panel is set to strip, and that the additional subdivision setting is a 2 or 3. 2. Hair modifiers. To make the first hair system, select your sculpt mesh, go to Add, Curve and select Empty Hair. It'll create a hair object called Curves. This new object only has 3 modes available: Object, Edit and Sculpt mode. In the Sculpt mode, you'll find tools similar to the ones of the old hair system, with some new additions like the Density brush, Snake Hook brush or the Slide brush. Select the Add brush. For this specific hair system, let's go to the Curve Shape menu to set the point count to 10 and the length to something around 0.15 meters. The length can be easily modified with the Grow Shrink brush later on. For the interpolation, tick the length and point count options. In the brush settings, set the count to 1 and add a first strand at the base of the scalp. Isolating the scalp mesh can be helpful when placing strands at the borders. Before doing any combing, let's add a set of modifiers to the system. If you do not have the asset browser already open somewhere, make a new window and set it to the asset browser. In the hair library, under the right category, grab the Set Hair Profile modifier and slap it on your newly created strand. The art style of this groom requires thick strands, but 0.01 meter is a bit too thick compared to my character's scale. Let's reduce that to 0.006 meter. Under the Generation category, grab the Duplicate modifier and add it to the stack. The Duplicate modifier is the equivalent of the simple generation mode for child particles in the old hair system. In the same way, the Interpolate modifier corresponds to interpolated child particles. In the settings, let's reduce the radius to a very small value like 0.02 meter. You can leave the other settings to their default value. Let's then add a Clump modifier under the Guides category. For clarity's sake, we'll rename it to Clump Root, for we'll use it to reduce the root radius of our thick hair strand. I couldn't find a way to recreate the Use Clump Curve option of the old hair system, so I went with 2 clump modifiers instead. It'll make sense later. Let's change the shape to -0.6. Feel free to play with the other values. To make the strand a bit more uneven, we can add a Freeze Hair Curves modifier under the Deformation category. It is somewhat similar to the random option of the Children Roughness settings in the old hair system, though not exactly the same. I gave the Freeze modifier a small factor of 0.362 and a negative shape value of -0.38, so that the tip of the strand stays unaffected. Let's add another Clump modifier to clump the tip this time. I reduced the factor value to 0.8 so that the tip isn't completely pointed. Finally, let's add our material to the hair system. 3. Layering. A good way to make a groom is to work with layers, starting from the back of the scalp and combing your way to the top. I tend to separate my grooms into 6 types of layers. The back or bottom layers, starting from the top of the nape to the top of the ears. The fill. Make the first brush or the Slide brush. Asset browser under the Generation categorized strand system. If you do not have the asset browser already open somewhere, make a new window and set it to the asset browser. In the hair library, under the right category, grab the Set Hair Profile modifier and slap it on your newly created strand. The art style of this groom requires thick strands, but 0.01 meter is a bit too thick compared to my character's scale. Let's reduce that to 0.00. Make a new window and set it to the asset browser. In the hair library, under the right category, grab the Set Hair system, select your sculpt mesh, go to Add, Curve and select Empty Hair. It'll create a hair object called Curves. This new object only has 3 modes available: Object, Edit, and Sculpt mode. In the Sculpt mode, you will find tools similar to the ones of the old hair system, with some new additions like the Density brush, Snake Hook brush, or the Slide brush. Select the Add brush for this specific hair system. Let's go. Want to know a way of
I've already done a bunch of different videos about hair. 2 videos for stylized hair, one where we made realistic hair,
Have you ever been working with an alpha cutout texture in Unity, especially hair that comes in darker colors such as black or brown, and noticed the super annoying little white speckles and lines that surround the object? Well, we definitely could come to the alpha settings and adjust it from there, but then we're missing out on the...
This is in Unity.
Want to create realistic hair in Blender but don't know how to use these tools? Bring your head surface and choose empty hair. Ctrl tab and go to sculpt mode. Click on add icon, add a couple of hair and shape them. I added it to my character's head. Download my free hair system from my Gumroad. Then go to File, Append, click on the hair node, then in the node tree, choose hair node. Change it to main hair from the modifier properties. Drag out a new window, switch to geometry nodes, expand the windows. Now you see all of the hair nodes here. Every one of them are separated by different colors that you can easily find. First find the stick to mesh section. Click on this and select your head. Now the hair root sticks to the head. From here you can increase the hair amount or change the spread amount from here.
Is there anything that doesn't involve?
Hey guys, my name is Nazar, and in this tutorial I'll show you how I create hair in Blender.
7 years ago, holy moly.
Blender version 3.3 just released, and with it a new hair system. In this video you're going to learn exactly how to create awesome hairstyles for your characters with this new system, whether it's for still renders, games or animation. Closest to. Of course the old particle system also still exists. If you want to move the hair from your new system to the old system, you can do that as well by going here to the curve setting and then convert to particle system. Now we've basically copied these curves to the sphere and created a particle system on that sphere. We can go to the particle settings and you can see here we have these curves. We can also now bring the particle hair system over to the new curve system. We select these triangle or this V, and then we can say convert to curves. This way you create a new curves object, but right now the curves are not connected to any surface. The way we can fix that is if we go in here, we can say surface, we select this object, we can maybe change the shape, but we for example cannot use the slide tool. You can see here we get this missing surface mesh problem. If we go to the object that is the surface object, we can go into the UV maps setting here and we can see the active UV map. Usually the UV map is just called UV map. So if we now type that into the UV map, you cannot move it around still because we now need to say curve, snap to nearest surface or deform surface. I think nearest surface would be applicable here. And if you do that, they might change a little bit in terms of their position, but then we can move them around again. One thing to note is if you go into scope mode and you add hair or you kind of do anything with your hair and it gets very laggy, that is most likely because of the amount of resolution that the surface geometry has. So for example, if I go to this character here and I change the multi-resolution modifier, I disable it, and then I go back into the scope mode, you can see it gets way smoother. We can now, just go in here and use the brush to add more here to the surface here, and then we can use the comb brush, maybe even use projected to move all of the hair, for example, back to create the most basic hairstyle like this. I usually walk in layers. That means creating a layer that creates the volume of the hair, then creating another layer on top of that that sort of adds more texture, more depth into the hair, and then maybe one more for some details, for example. And for very specific hairstyles, for example like dreadlocks, it's probably easier to first create a geometry node setup to create the dreadlocks instead of having to kind of create them by just brushing them around. So whether you start with geometry nodes, whether you can just create the basic hairstyle, or you want to create a more layered hairstyle, a more complex hairstyle, always depends on, you know, the hairstyle that you want to create. For every hairstyle, you have 3 different layers that you kind of have to keep in mind. And the longer the hair is, the more that kind of plays a role. So we have, you know, the main hair flow like this, just kind of following the biggest shape of the hair, seeing in which direction the hair falls. The next step is to separate the big flow into individual hair strands that kind of follow kind of their own direction, but still follow the main flow. This one has its own sort of shape, this one as well. In this way you can see, you can create this layering, which adds more depth to the hairstyle and also makes it look more interesting. You might have, you know, these 2 layers, but then they can still look very perfect and not really that realistic. And that is because we always have individual hair strands that don't really follow any of the hair flow at all, or just kind of very briefly. This strand here in the front that just kind of goes down like this. We can see one right here, and these hairs really help make the hairstyle look more realistic and more natural. You can especially see it here, these floating hairs here all around. These ones are very, very useful to make a hairstyle look more realistic. What I usually like to do first is I like to define the shape of the hair. So once I've added a few curves to the surface, I like to go here into the geometry node editor. And then I like to go into the rendered view, because this, you know, shows you what the hair in the end will actually look like. Here are the most basic settings that I use to define the curve. The most important thing, of course, if you can see the curves are way too thick right now, we can change that by, for example, going in here, going into the curve settings, and then we can say set curve radius. So if I, for example, now divide this by 2, you can see it's half as thick. You can make it even slimmer. If you, for example, want to make the root thicker than the tip, the way you can do that is you can go in here and you can use another curve node, which is the spline parameter. The factor of this node basically creates a value from 0 to 1, starting from the root to the tip. The length basically is a value for the length of the actual hair curve. So the longer it is, the longer the value is. And then of course we have the index, basically the individual ID or unique number for each individual hair curve. But if I now just plug the factor into the radius, you can see everything looks super weird because the values of the factor are way too big. The way we can change that is by going in here and adding a math node, plugging that in, and then we need to switch it to multiply, and for example multiply it by 0.01, and we can see we get closer and closer to the value that we actually want. That looks pretty good. Now we can see that the root is narrower than the tip. The way we can change that is we can use another curve node, which is the curve reverse curve. This basically just changes the direction of the curve. Now the tips are thin and the roots are thick. Another node that can be very useful, of course, is the trim curve node. This one basically lets you shorten the curve. If we would bring this trim curve, for example, in front of the reverse curve, you can see if I reduce the end now, you can see I reduce it from the tip. So this way you could, for example, shorten the curve, or you can add some variation to how long the curves actually are. Very useful, for example, if you want to make the hair even more realistic. Other ones that can be very useful are the curve to mesh node. This one basically turns the curve into a mesh, but this one requires a profile curve to actually convert it into a mesh. You can now just go into curve primitives. We can say, hey, we use a curve circle, and then if we plug the curve circle into the profile curve, we can see now we can actually see the hair again, but now it's not just a curve, but it's actually geometry. So for example, you can create a custom profile curve and then create sort of a stylized hairstyle with that. So this is basically the basic setup to create or define the shape of the curve. We can now change the thickness of the hair, and we can also change the length of the hair or add some variation. And now of course what we need is a material. To add a material, we can just go in here and we can say material, set material, plug that in there. So if you now go to the shader editor and we create a hair shader, what I like to use is the shader principled hair BSDF. Of course, we now have created the hair shader, but we still need to define it in the geometry nodes. We can see that we need to select it here. So we select hair right there. And now these hair strands have the hair material applied to them. So now we can change the material, and we can define the material, and we can also define the shape to create the most basic setup for our hair system. Now that the hair strands are defined, we can go and start creating the hairstyle. The way I like to start is by starting from the back of the head and then working my way from the bottom to the top, into the middle and the front of the head. The reason why I do that is usually hairstyles are kind of combed backwards to the back of the head. What happens is that you cannot really sort of select the hairs that are at the back of the head because they're sort of underneath the layer that is coming from the front of the hair. And if you want to adjust the back hair, that gets kind of fiddly and very hard to do, even with the select tool. As you can also see, I like to block out my hair first by creating a sculpt. Then I don't have to worry about the main shape and kind of thinking about the main shape when I actually create the hairstyle. I create the sculpt first so that I have a really great guide to follow to create the actual hair strands. So I don't only really have to worry about combing the hairs into the right direction and into the right, position. I can kind of take some of that load that you have to kind of think about when you create the hairstyle away. So I always, enable and disable the sculpt hairstyle, the block out, so I can see if I'm still in the shape that I want to kind of create here. And I just kind of use a mix between the add brush, the comb brush, switching between projected and spherical to shape the hairstyle, the most broad hairstyle. This one, of course, in the beginning is only layer 1, the volume and main flow shape. So I don't really fully focus on adding a lot of detail to the hair because we're going to add the second layer on top of this one. So this one isn't as visible. It is mostly there to fill the volume of the hair so that you cannot see the skin underneath the hair and the hair looks as dense as it needs to be. I also separate the hairstyle into multiple curved parts or into multiple curved objects because then I can have more control and it is easier to work with the entire hairstyle. Separating the parts into different objects can help you really make the workflow way easier. Now we go from big strands to a little smaller strands. The second layer, what I do is I like to sort of draw these individual islands of strands, mask them, and then I like to sort of, shape them and lay them on top of the volume layer to create more depth in the hair and also kind of break up the main flow so that it isn't like all going in the same direction. This way you can create a sort of randomness that helps make the hairstyle more intriguing and more interesting, and it also helps in making it look more realistic. What I like to do is I like to go to the viewport shading and then enable the color random setting. This way all the different curve objects have different colors and you can see way easier which hair curve object is which one. The second layer is also great to now lay out the hairline. The hairline needs quite easier. Now we go from big strands to a little smaller strands. The second layer, what I do is I like to sort of draw these individual islands of strands, mask them, and then I like to sort of, shape them and lay them on top of the volume layer to create more depth in the hair and also kind of break up the main flow so that it isn't like all going in the same direction. This way you can lay these individual from big of strands, mask them, and then I like to sort of, shape them and lay them on top of the volume layer to create more depth in the hair and also kind of break up the main flow so that it isn't like all going in the same direction. This way you can create a sort of randomness that helps make the hairstyle more intriguing and more interesting, and it also helps in making it look more realistic. What I like to do is I like to go to the viewport shading and then enable the color random setting. This way all the different curve objects have different colors and you can see way easier which hair curve object is which one. The second layer is also great to now lay out the hairline. The hairline needs quite a lot of hair to be very exact. Now with these strands we can create a denser hairline basically that can help us, just kind of make the hairline, more solid. And now all that's left is to add some randomness into it, basically adding some individual strands or even individual hairs that maybe sometimes follow the flow, maybe sometimes they don't, maybe sometimes they just fall in front of the face, just to kind of bring a little bit of randomness into the entire thing and make the whole thing feel alive. What I like to do here is I like to add just a few individual hair strands around the sort of hairline to make sure that the hairline isn't as like fully 100% clean. There is some randomness to it. Then I also added added the bun I just created the same way that I've created the rest of the hair, adding the first layer. I actually used the interpolation to create the ring, the bun, very quickly, and then I just created the other 2 layers, you know, by copying the first one and kind of adjusting the copy to make it look more like the other 2 layers. Another thing that I've done for the bun is I have changed the geometry nodes just so that the thickness doesn't change. I've basically created a copy and then just removed the spline thickness and adjusted it so that the strands are as thick as the other ones, so that I don't lose any thickness in the middle of the bun. And then to finish it off completely, what I've done is I've duplicated the layers of hair that basically cover the hair currently, basically layer 2. And then I went in and used the random selection to remove random hair 4 times, I think. And then I brought it up just a little higher than the actual hair, sort of body of hair, to create these floaters that are all over the hair, to add even more randomness, make it look even more alive and even more realistic. Of course, especially for hair, you can work on it as long as you want. You can add as much detail as you want, but at least these 3 layers you kind of need to make it look, in my opinion, realistic. When it comes to the eyebrows, I like to actually utilize the interpolation function. I like to create the flow of the hair first. That's sort of what the flow looks like, kind of the hairs going into the middle and then kind of trailing off at the end. I like to create a few hairs first, and then I like to use the interpolation function to fill the eyebrows slowly but surely until I, especially in render view, see that it's, you know, thick enough. For the eyelashes, I do something very similar. I like to create just a few eyelashes first and then shape them into what I think they should look like. And then I like to use the interpolation function once again to create more hairs. They might kind of veer off of where I want to have them. So I like to use the mask brush, for example, to bring them a little bit closer into the rest of the eyelashes or into the shape that I want them to be. One thing to note for the eyelashes actually is that the middle, like looking from the inner eye to the outer eye, the middle of the eyelid is basically where the eyelashes are the longest. It maybe seems like that the eyelashes are the longest at the outer side, but that is actually not true. It is actually in the middle. Of course, I do the same for the lower eyelashes as well, but of course there are a few less than at the top. And after the hair is fully modeled, it is time to create the shader. For the shader, as I said before, you can begin with a principled hair BSDF. I would basically always recommend to add a little bit of variation into the hair. The way you can do that is with the curves info node. The curves info node has different values that you can use. It basically taps into different values of the curves. You can look at the length and kind of take the length and create like colored strands so that the end of the strands are colored in different colors than, for example, the top. And I would recommend basically always using the random value because it can give you just a slight variation in the coloring of your hair. So even if you just want to use a solid color, you can then go ahead and create a mix RGB node and then plug the randomness, for example, into the lower value or into the lower color, and then you can set it to multiply. This way you can make a few of these strands just a little bit darker than the other strands, just to add just a very slight variation into the hair, which I think helps with the realism as well. But one thing to note is that, for example, for the length where you can kind of create these colored tips, it always takes the length that the hair actually has into consideration. So if there's longer hair and then there's shorter hair, the shorter hair has the same sort of gradient as the longer hair. So that's why I didn't color the hair this way for this character. I actually created like a gradient that is tied to an object so that I can fully determine where the gradient is supposed to start. Otherwise, it wouldn't really have worked the way that I wanted it to. Of course, if you want to give different strands different materials, then you would have to, first of all, create the second material, but then also keep in mind that you need to change the material, not only in the material settings, but also in the geometry nodes. You need to relink the new material so that the material is actually, you know, applied to the strands that they're supposed to be applied to. And of course, if you're using Eevee to render your scenes or just, you know, to look at your character, you cannot use the principled hair BSDF node. So what you can also use is just take a principled BSDF node, like a standard BSDF node. This is what I maybe would use. You don't necessarily need subsurface scattering, but I think it helps a little bit. So if you want to use Eevee, you can, for example, use this material. The other coloring settings you can just copy basically. But now you might ask, well, I don't want to create characters with actually curved hair. I want to create video game characters. How do I do that? Well, let me tell you, that is possible as well. Big thanks to my good friend, Joey Carlino. He helped me a lot. He just did everything for me and just gave me the thing. So big thank you to him. If you want to check out this channel, then I'm going to put a link in the description. And he showed me how you can create hair cards in geometry nodes. I don't want to explain every single node. We can maybe get into that if you really want that, okay? Kind of going more deeper into the geometry aspect of these nodes. We can see here, it basically turns the curve into a plane, and then it takes the length and thickness of that plane for the X and Y value of the texture, which means that now you basically grab the length of the curve right here, and you grab the width of the curve, and you plug it into the group output. Then you have to go into the modifier settings of the geometry nodes modifier, and you have to actually name these settings. These ones will probably not call, these ones are probably just going to be called attribute. When you go into the group output, you can actually call them something different in here if you want to. If you press N, you can open this. Then you need to go into the modifier settings. You can, give them the same name or whatever you want to call it. And then you need to go into the shader editor, because we need to create a shader to apply the hair card. The way we do that is pretty simple. You can use an attribute node, and then you basically access the length and also the width of the geometry nodes. You combine the X, and Y, and Z. You can also do that in the geometry nodes, but for cycles, for some reason that doesn't work. You have to use the shader combine X, Y, Z for that. And then you can just use a mapping node to map the hair onto these X, Y, Z, and then you can run that through a principled BSDF, and then you have hair cards for instead of the curves. And if you see that the hair is actually flipped, the way we can fix that is we can just go in here and we can change the mapping, for example, to rotation 0, and there you go. To export these curves or to export these hair cards, you cannot just go into the modifier and apply it. The way you need to do it is kind of weird. Maybe they'll fix that in the future, but for now what you need to do is you need to grab a new object, you need to go into the geometry node settings, and you need to create a new geometry node system. Then you need to go in here and you need to grab the object node, and then you need to say, hey, I want to grab, you need to basically reference the curves object, so this one, and then you need to plug that basically into the geometry. Then you basically just copied what you had here over here. If you want to have it in the same spot, of course, you would have to bring the location back to 0, and then you can just go in here and apply it, and for some reason you now have the actual mesh right here. Of course, in this video I showed you how you can create hairstyles by fully just creating each individual hair strand, but you can of course also use geometry nodes to kind of take away a little bit of that work. And what I want to show you is just an example of how I, for example, created Phoenix from Valorant, and what kind of geometry node setup I have used, for example, for the dreadlocks. The way this works is basically I start here with I adjust the radius, of course, I change the thickness, I resample the curve so I have more resolution, and then I can duplicate the elements so that I basically duplicate the curve that I've created. If I, for example, mute this, you can see that's what the hair actually looks like. There are just a few kind of hair strands, and then I duplicate that 150 times, okay? That might be a little too much for some people. And then I can basically apply that to a noise texture, the W value, so that each individual duplication basically gets distorted or displaced in different directions by this noise texture using a set position node. This could also be a way to create the floating hair for the hairstyle that we've created. If you want to see more complex setups, for example, for hair, or kind of go deeper into creating geometry node hair, I could make another video about that. Just let me know, okay? People have asked if you can animate it or create dynamics for hair. You cannot simulate hair. That isn't really possible right now. Maybe when they add simulation nodes, maybe that works. But currently you cannot. But you can kind of make it a little wavy, add some sort of wind to the hair. The way you can do that is basically with the set position node, and then you grab the scene time node and plug that into the multiply so that you can basically animate it or let it animate just through the time of the scene. And then if you play, you can see it takes the seconds, it multiplies it by 2 and plugs that in the X value of the vector XYZ, plug that into the noise texture, and then you can create a little bit of a wavy animation to the hair. So if you want to animate your hair this way, you can do it like that. But simulations are not possible yet. And last but not least, let's talk about optimization. If you want to make your render as fast as possible without losing a lot of detail or a lot of fidelity, first of all, of course, you can use, for example, the density brush to remove some of that density. You could, set it up in a way where it only removes, and then you can set the density and see how low you can make it without losing, for example, too much thickness in the hair. Of course, another thing you could try is just going into these different hair objects and then using the select random selection and then removing a few hairs, the random selection basically, trimming them away to see how much you can remove there until you reach a point where it basically looks good and you don't lose too much detail. Of course, you can also kind of mitigate the fact that you lose a little bit of volume and maybe you can see the skin underneath. You can kind of mitigate that by, for example, coloring the skin underneath the texture of the character basically darker so that it looks like there's more hair. Or you can also make the hair a little thicker. Of course, usually hair is very thin, so if the hair is a little thicker, it might might kind of take away from the realism, but it maybe makes it a little bit easier to render. And then one more thing you could try, I'm not 100% sure if it works. You could maybe even in cycles use, instead of the principled hair BSDIF, use the principled BSDF node. Maybe that works.
Explain it without really showing you the technique in video. Uh, but yeah, just know that for this one, it'll be rather more volume focused than on manual card placement focused, right? Also, something to be noted, I'm not really extremely good at creating hair cards, right? This video will be something which will help you get started with creating something decent enough for your personal portfolio. You know, something that is possible, something, you know, something that will get you some likes on ArtStation. I might cover a little bit advanced techniques on future videos, but yeah, that's for the future. So let's not delve into it right now. So that said, let's jump into the next session. All right, let's talk references. So references are important for any kind of artwork you're doing, not just references. I mean, of course, you always use Pinterest. Let me just open. So, really not a sick hairstyle that you want to replicate. Just go in, ask them for different images. In case of females, if you have got a partner, you know, you can ask for this is the closest thing that we can get to live references. You know, you get to know all the layerings that is being done on hairs, all the different techniques that is being used in actual real life hairs, right? And in the end, she also does some turntable kind of thing, right? So you can take screenshots of that and use it as your reference images. Okay, done with that. Collect your references and let's move on to the next part. Hello there, welcome to the first part of the series. In this one, I'll be going over the process of texture creation for haircuts. A little disclaimer before I actually start narrating what's going on in the videos. So first is the videos are sped up at like 2x, so they can be easier to follow. However, if you still want them to be a little bit slower, make sure that you slow down in the YouTube itself, because the videos are 60 FPS, so you won't be losing on the video quality, but my voice might become a bit heavier, as if it was not heavy enough already. Well, that's it. I might stop voicing over at times, but that will be when any process gets repetitive, right? I'll make sure to jump time to time when anything new pops up. You might face some frame skips during the videos, but that's just me saving my work and continuing it later, right? Other than keep in mind while blocking any kind of haircut textures is, one, I do not need any kind of polished block out, right? I do not need any kind of very fine thin strands. I just need my block out to be good enough to be able to read the opacity areas. And as you can see while I'm blocking out, or as you will see while I'm blocking out, that there are different opacities for like the different layers, right? So the base will have the least opacity, and the opacity will increase as more as I, you know, go ahead with the flyaways and stuff. Second, always color code your hair layers. In my case, I have the base textures different from secondary strands, which is again different from the tertiary strands, and so on. Right now, you might not be able to see all the color coding of the haircuts, you know, because I'm recording it after I have done everything. So yeah, right now I'm just working on the primary block out cards, right? So here you have the tertiary in red, and here you have the flyaways in yellow. So you don't really need to do a lot of flyaways, you just need 1 or 2 strands, right? You can always go with one single strands and choose to adjust them in the hair cards itself. I'm just doing it so that I can get a little bit more variation with each hair card that I'm using. And yeah, this will be the last layer, which is meant for eyebrows and beards, but you'll see that I'll end up not using them at all, because I won't be creating any kind of beards and stuff in this tutorial. So yeah, this goes wasted. I mean, of course you can reuse it again later on your. Hey guys, welcome back. This time we will be creating the actual haircut textures. So I have imported the blockout image that we created in the last video. Imported as an image plane in Maya. Next thing what we're gonna do is take a new plane, adjust it at an angle of 30 or maybe 45 degrees, just to introduce some tilting into it. Next, I'll be duplicating it and placing them along the roots of the hair strands. So here you can see I am grouping 3 planes to a single object. I won't call it grouping, I'm just merging those 3 planes in a single object. The reason why I'm doing it is because I do not want to play with the density again and again whenever I'm working with one set of hair cards, right? Right, so base texture here. So I just introduced some guide curves in action, and I'm just combing them in order to give them some shape. I'll be adjusting the thickness and the density, and then I'll be introducing some modifiers into it, just so that I can have a little bit of randomness. Okay, let's talk about why I tilted the planes in an angle of 45 or maybe 30 degrees, right? If you tilt the planes at an angle of 90 degree to the image plane or to the floor, you will be prohibiting yourself from introducing some randomness into the roots of each strands, right? So make sure that you do it at an angle of 45 or maybe 30 degrees, depending on how deep you want your strand sets to be. Cool, I have introduced some clumping, a little bit of noise, a little bit of curls, a little bit of coil, right? Just so that I can get the desired amount of randomness. Here I have pressed 7 on my keyboard so that I can see how. Talking about working with action before, this way I don't really have to play with the density whenever I'm adjusting hair strands for different planes, right? You get consistent density throughout each set. Yeah, and it's the same thing. I'm just gonna introduce some modifiers into it, just so that I can get that, the randomness look. Make sure to always have some randomness in your hair cards or in your hair strands, right? Because even if you create straight hairs, it's more than likely, or the hair cards that you will be placing will be long, right? And when the hair cards are long, doesn't matter how much randomness and how much coiling you create, as long as the hair cards are long, as long as the texture is being stretched out, it will appear straight. As you can see, I'm just playing with the clumping just to see that how much opacity is introduced on the primary set of hair cards. Again, I'm pressing 7 to check the silhouette, right? Just to make sure that I have enough opacity introduced in them. Again, I'm just coiling in some hair cards, right? For that extra randomness, right? Yeah, I will be following the same method for all the other hair textures, or say for all the other set of strands. Yeah, I guess I'll be stop narrating now. Enjoy the rest of the video. Hello again. So this time I'm working with Blender. What I did is I converted the action description of Maya to mesh, and then I exported them to OBJ. I imported them back in Blender so that I can do some finer adjustment. As you can see in here, I'm just soft selecting a bunch of hair strands, scaling them, rotating them in order to get some more opacity between them. Make sure that whenever you are scaling, do not overdo it. If you do that, you might get a bad result in the texture. So right now I am adding some thickness onto the strands. I created a solidify modifier in Blender. Then I selected the tip of one hair strand, right? And then I selected similar with area. You might need to control the area threshold a little bit so that you will be selecting the tips of all the hair strands present, right? That way you will have a little hole on the top and the bottom, at the root and the tip of every hair strand. Subdivide it, export it, and next we will be doing a little bit more tweaking in ZBrush.
Maya, Blender, ZBrush.
For ZBrush, I don't think there is anything important to talk about. What I basically did was I imported the hair strands in ZBrush, just added a little bit of thickness by inflating them. Then you can always select by mask. So if you select mask by features and your borders are enabled, right, you will select the roots and the tips since we created a hole in them in Blender, and then you can inflate or deflate it according to your taste to get that little extra tapering. So yeah, now I'm back in Blender. What I'm doing is I'm creating a plane for the bake. So the bottom one will be the baking plane, and the top one is like an exact duplicate of the same plane, which we will be using as a cage. Export all of them. Export the bottom plane as the low poly, the upper one as the cage, the hair strands as high poly, and I will be using X normal for the bake. Import your meshes. So in high resolution mesh, just import the hair strand sets. For the low resolution one, import the bottom plane first, then right click, select custom cage, and import the upper plane. So here I'm trying to bake all the utility map. By utility map I mean normals, ambient occlusion, heights, etc. I will be using the albedo map as the main source of opacity, but for that make sure that you do not have any kind of edge padding enabled. For the utility maps, edge padding should work just fine. We will still be tweaking them a little bit in Photoshop. But yeah, so here you have the height map. We just baked the normal map a little bit earlier. I guess my software crashes while baking the ambient occlusion map because I don't know, it may have been a little bit heavy on my CPU. I don't know what XNormal uses for baking ambient occlusion map. Alright, so here I'm back after the cut. As you can see, my ambient occlusion map is baked, and now I will be baking the opacity map. So for the opacity, just select the base color, and by default XNormal will bake out the mesh color as white and keep the backgrounds black. Make sure that the edge padding is 0 for the base color. So now I will be tweaking all of the utility maps in Photoshop. It's nothing much. I will just be adding a black background to them. Maybe a little bit of more edge padding. The way you can do it is duplicate the original texture, go to filter, maximum, and then increase the slider as much as you desire for the thickness to be. For the opacity map, I won't be doing such thing. You want your opacity map just as it is. What I'll be doing is adding a little bit of blur. So this step is completely optional, right? I just add blur for that extra anti-aliasing effect. So yeah, next I'll be just adding in some gradient onto the ambient occlusion map, I believe it is. The reason why I do it is because for the depth sortage, right? The more opaque the texture is, the darker it gets. The less opaque the texture is, the whiter it gets. So in this way, everything that is more opaque, that will be more closer to the scalp when we'll be creating haircuts. They will be more darker, right? And the less opaque it is, it gets a little bit of lighter, which implies that they will be a little bit on the top, a little bit on the, on the flyaway sides of the haircuts, and hence the lightness of them. Alright, I guess that will be it for this one. See you in the next video. Hello again. So before really moving into creating haircuts and placing them on a head, let me just walk you through the kind of tools that I use, the kind of setup that I do previous to. In my case, I will be opening up the alpha, this one, and you can open vertex colors or heights. For my case, I'll be going with heights because they have, a little bit of variations with a little bit of depth, right? So next thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add a plane in here. Right, I'll just go in and move it a little bit downwards so that the origin point will be at the roots when I'll be just adjusting the haircuts, when I'll be adjusting the UVs onto the haircuts. So first I'll be just adjusting the UV on top of the primary haircut, right? Just like this. Let me just change this to alpha so that I can get a clear visibility on where the opacity is and where the transparency is, right? Next step, what I'm gonna do is add a little bit of span. In my case, let me just do 20. Should be more than enough. Next step, I'll go to shading, hit new. Make sure that you name your material accurately. For this one, I'll just say hair cards. Yeah, just name it whatever you want. Just make sure that you have a name that is identifiable, right? I'll hit the roughness to full, hit the specular to 0. I don't want any kind of reflection right now. Next thing, I'll just go in, texture, add an image texture. The way you do it is just hit Shift A and just go into the texture option and image texture. I'll hit alpha cards first and then I'll duplicate it. And next I'll go in and hit the heights, right? So for the bottom one where there is heights, I'll set the color to base color. I'll just connect it in here. And for the alpha cards, I'll just connect the colors to alpha, right? Or I'll just reposition them so that I can have a little bit of cleaner layout. Okay, what I want to do is I want to see where the transparency is. In order to do that, I'll just select the plane, go into material properties in here, scroll down, and in the blend mode, hit alpha hashed, right? So here you have the transparency. with the color variation and a little bit of depth, right? For the shadow mode, I'll just select it to none. I do not want any shadows while working with it. Next, what I'm going to do is, okay, let me just go into UV editing mode. Next, what I'm going to do is I'll just I'll just create the texture. I'll just create a plane for every texture that is available to me, right? In this case, I'll just create a few examples. When you will be doing it, just make sure that you create a single plane for every texture, right? Alright, so I have one for everything. For the flyaways, I'll just select the I'll just resize it to a reasonable size, so that my texture do not get stretched a lot. Let's have two of them. Okay, cool. So now we have the hair cards, right? What you next want to do is you want to create clumps so that you can have some volumes already when you will be placing the hair cards. The way to create clumps is select any hair plane, duplicate it. Next, you can go in and go to edit mode, duplicate it again, rotate it at the green axis, right? In my case, it's the green axis. It depends on the orientation of the cards that you are working with, right? I'll just move it a little bit, and for this card here, I'll just go in and select any other card set from my UVs, right? This way I can have a little bit of more variation for the clumps that I will be creating. Again, I'll just duplicate it and re-rotate it so that I can have a little bit of triangle like this. Some people like to do it with a plus sign. I personally prefer the triangle, because it kind of creates a volume to work with, right? Of course, you won't find any volume if you look from this angle, but just looking at it laterally, you'll find that there is a good amount of volume from every angle. So now you have it, right? What's next step is to make it efficient enough to place it on a head, right? The way traditionally the way you usually do it is soft select a vertex, right? Just elongate it, rotate it, resize it, do the stuff. That's not how I'm going to work, right? I'm going to use a curve to operate this whole clump, right? And this is where the hair plugin comes in. So just hit N on your keyboard and hit on hair tools, and you'll have the plugin option, right? The way I like to use it is go in, add a curve. I personally like to work with NURBS curve. A lot of people like to work with Beziers. I never understand how they work. So it's just a personal preference, me working with the NURB curves, right? Hit the NURBS. Let me just put it in here. So first thing that I like to do is go to the curve properties, hit active splines, and just enable the endpoint. What this does is allows the curve to extend up to the endpoints, right? Next, I'll just moving this one so that the curves become a straight line, right? And just hit a subdivide in here so that I can have enough spans in the curve to work with. Okay, on to the next step. So I'll just select the curve. What I want is I want this clump to be the profile for this curve, right? The way to do it is go into your hair tools, go into hair system in here, then go into this plus button right here and select hair strand filter, right? So it will give you this option, add hair system. So no need to select anything on this one, just hit OK for now, and you will have a single strand, right? Now what we want is, we do not want this strand, this single plane to be the profile, but rather we want this clump to be the profile, right? So the way to do is, it's make sure that your curve is selected, go to profile, instead of flat profile UVs, just select mesh profile with UV, right? And you'll have an option in here, and in the object settings, just hit the eyedropper tool and select this this clump object right here. Okay, the moment you do that, you'll find some orientation issues. We will be fixing it later. So right now, just go a little bit downwards and hit the materials, in this case the hair cards, right? In order to fix this orientation problem, what you want to do is select the clump, select the mesh clump, right? And you want to go into edit mode and rotate it at a certain angle on a specific axis. This is a little bit of trial and error method. So I'm rotating it on Z-axis, it doesn't work. Y-axis, still no results, but yeah, X-axis, rotating it at an angle of 90 degree on X-axis should do the job, right? Also, you'll see that the original clump is at a little bit of offset from the original curve. The way to fix it is, as you can see in here, selecting the mesh, you'll see the origin point is at an offset. Make sure that the origin point is always at the roots of the clump mesh, right? So select the roots, hold Shift S and select cursor to selected, right? Go back to object mode, hit W on your keyboard, set origin to 3D cursor, right? So the origin point comes here, and now you have the profile aligning exactly with the curve, right? There is a few more fixes to be done. So if you orient it right now, and if I go into display wire, you can see the spans of the curves do not really orient with the curvature of the curve, right? So the way to fix it is going to deformers, right? Make sure that your curve is selected, go into deformers, and in the steps, hit it to 7, right? The highest steps. Another thing I like to change is under the curve options, resolution preview hue. Just make sure that you set it to a higher number. So for example 20, maybe 30 or something like that. That will ensure that you have the full curvature that your curve is allowed to have, right? So make sure that it's straight. Again, just change it to 30, right? Also for this one, I'll just put the origin point on here. Set origin to 3D cursor, right? Okay, cool. So next step, what you want to do is you want different set of clumps to work with, right? So here I have a clump with, an average amount of density, right? What you want is clumps with different density. So I'll just select this one, go in here, duplicate it, rotate it at an angle of, I don't know, maybe 15-30 degrees. Make sure that you have a reasonable triangle created. Okay. Also, it's not really necessary to have a triangle. You can create profiles on whatever kind of orientation you want. So for this case, let's just create a cross, right? Something like that. Move it a little bit upwards, right? And for this one, I'll just, change the UVs to something, little bit more, little bit different from what it used to be. Okay. Next step, just, reorient it at an angle of 90 degree on the X-axis. Make sure that you have the origin point at the roots, right? Duplicate your existing curve, and just go into hair systems and delete the filter that you previously created. Create a new hair filter or a strand filter in that case, right? Select mesh profile with UVs. Select the mesh profile that you want to have right now. Change the material and yeah, set the spans to 7, which is the highest in this case. And yeah, there you have it, right? So you have got different clumps of hair strands and different curves to control them, right? So make sure that you have a set of them, a bunch of them to work with, right? From the most dense to the least dense, right? And this area just fill them up with different variation of clumps. Okay, so that's all about the hair tool. I guess I'm missing something. What else? One more thing about this specific tool is it allows you
Hello, my name is Konrad and I'm a 3D character artist at Teon, working on a new Robocop game. Welcome to this exclusive Flip Normals course. In this series of videos I will show you my approach to creating real-time hair for games. I'll start by explaining to you some hair theories behind hairstyles. We'll talk about the flow of the hair, different types of hair structures, and interpreting received concepts. Afterward, I'll show you where to look for references, how to organize your workspace, and where to gain inspiration from. Once we prepare our reference board, we'll create hair textures using hair particles inside the free Blender software. I'll explain to you the entire system and tools that we'll be using in the process. Then we'll use Xnormal to bake all the necessary maps into the textures. I'll describe to you why you need particular maps for different kinds of render engines. After we finish preparing textures and haircuts, the time will come for the grooming process. I'll show you how to create particular hair structures and how to blend them into the groom. We'll go through 3 different steps for the grooming process, starting with the base, through the breakup and ending on the detailing. I will share with you helpful tips and tricks on cards placement and give you some bits of advice that will help you on your learning path. After hair is done, we'll move to the creation of the bird textures and bird grooming. In a simple way we approach the head. Once the groom is ready, I'll show you simple tricks to reduce triangle count on your mesh and show you the way of importing different levels of details into Unreal Engine 4 for better optimization. Last but not least, I'll show you ways to shade your hairstyle inside 3 different real-time engines. Unreal Engine 4 with material provided by Epic, Marmoset Turbopack 3 with great tools included inside the software, and
Do you want to make an engine? There are reasons to make an engine. There's 3 of them. The first one is you want to learn how to make an engine.
I wanted to see some simulations, and it's gonna be absolutely majestic. Hi guys, my name is Borodante, and welcome back to John and his new hair. So this was my first attempt. Turns out it's pretty easy and pretty awesome to totally replace MetaHuman's hair with anything you want in Unreal Engine 5. So that's what I did, and this was my first attempt. I definitely enjoy that John has his own unique look that you can't get out of MetaHuman Creator straight away, but he definitely does look like someone who cuts his own hair, which is technically what I did. So today I wanted to show you the process, which is like one step and that's it. And I learned that from this channel, by the way. Unreal Magic has a whole bunch of tutorials about Unreal Engine 5 and all kinds of cool stuff you can do with it. So check it out if you guys are interested. Thank you, Navid. So my plan for today is to show you guys the process and try and make John's hair maybe a bit more fancy. And also I wanted to import the hair for our witness number 1 that I got right here. I just quickly imported him very recently. I also forgot to turn on transparency apparently, but it's good enough. Oh, there you go. I think it worked. So yeah, now it has some kind of holes in there. And in here as well. On the shirt, I mean. So let's go ahead and fire up that blender. And we'll probably start with the witness, because I just want to have a look at whatever the state of hair I had in there. Yeah, so you guys may have noticed before that I always have hair on the second witness in Blender, but I never have that whenever I show him right here in Unreal Engine. That's because I just didn't know how to import it. And really, after a few tries, I almost thought like, I think I'll just have to restart, because it just felt like it wasn't gonna be that easy to do for whatever reason. Okay, so this is pretty much what I need to do. I have it actually separately applied on a transparent version of the mesh. Is it transparent or is it hidden? Because it should be like hidden. Yeah, show emitter unchecked. Now I just select this model. Also, this hair is actually not very much up to the standards of Unreal Engine 5 detail level. So I'll probably crank up those children details. I don't know, let's keep it this way. It's probably gonna have some issues with sticking out of the hat. That was the big issue. You can see, guys, I apply a bunch of effects to the roughness of the hair, like to fluff it out and add some randomized look to it, but nothing is happening at the top half of it. That's because I'm using like some kind of masks. As far as I remember, they're probably in here, yeah, for roughness and for density as well. There's well, the mask for density is to introduce the baldness and stuff, but all the like roughness effects are masked out by those weight maps that only allow it to happen below the hat. But let us quickly see if anything sticks out from the hat in here. It doesn't seem like it. So I'm gonna go ahead and save and export. What's interesting, you gotta export to Alembic. Scale needs to be 100. I don't know why, but that's what I've been told. So we don't need any of this stuff, and we need to export hair, and actually you don't even need to check particles, but that doesn't really matter. And in here, I should definitely mention, because I first missed that myself, right here in plugins we look up Groom and making sure that Alembic Groom Importer is turned on, because it's not turned on by default, and I spent quite some time trying to figure out why am I not seeing the same window of importing as everyone else. So now if we go ahead and check out this hair Alembic file, what the hell is that? Oh yeah, there's all kinds of stuff. Did I not check export only selected? Because that's so what I should have done. Yeah, right. So you uncheck a lot of stuff, but you gotta make sure you check visible objects and selected objects, both of them. I think visible is important, so it wouldn't be exporting the invisible emitter like the head mesh itself. Yeah, no frames. Bunch of stuff needs to be set up again every time apparently. Hair export. Seems like it's worked. There you go. This is the window you should be seeing. If you just exported hair. If there's only hair, this is what you're gonna see. And these things are important. It's a good thing that Unreal Engine still remembers these numbers I put in. Originally, there's all zeros here, all ones here. It should be like this because of the different orientation of the axes between Blender and Unreal. And that's it. We already have the hair right here, pretty much. Which one is the easiest way to just go ahead and promote this mesh to like a blueprint? Maybe like this. I know this button kind of does the blueprint thing. There we go. So the difference between just a skeletal mesh and a blueprint is that in a blueprint you have this skeletal mesh, but you can also add all kinds of different stuff, up to the point of turning this into a functional character with a camera behind its shoulder or whatever. But what I need right now is a groom object. And I'm gonna choose that groom asset right here. Boom, it's right in place. So that scale and orientation, everything worked out just fine. And actually, I kind of could have dropped it here, but I do know there needs to be another one thing that I won't really be able to show you guys that easily because this guy, like I won't be animating him right now or anything. Like the point is, if he would start moving his neck and shoulders or whatever, the hair would stay in place just like this. And that's because it's not bound to this mesh. And pretty much to do that, you just right click on this hair asset and click create binding. And you choose that witness mesh. If I'm missing something, like if I'm telling this too quick, make sure to check out the Unreal Magic video on this. Right now, I'll go ahead and find this groom binding that I just created, compile, and we're not gonna be able to see it, but if the guy would be moving around, the hair would move with him perfectly, which is like magic. But I assume it works so well because the hair is perfectly generated to grow exactly where the mesh is. Like perfectly on the same place, so it's just grabbing all the roots of the hairs and looking which mesh is perfectly aligned to the roots and just moves the roots with the mesh. And the rest of the hair is just following along or being simulated. So yeah, that's a quick way of telling you guys how to import things. Let me real quick add a little light because like the worst positioning of the light to see the hair at all. There's generally not a lot of, you know, design value to this hair with this character, but there it is. You know, I think it's looking pretty cool, like it's adding some extra depth to the shape. But yeah, after this, what we can do, we can also add a material, like we can create a new material or whatever. So yeah, by the way, this is the hair itself in Unreal Engine. What's cool in here, everything is connected and we can set up some quite awesome things, including like the thickness of it. and all kinds of stuff. It's awesome. So we can make sure one thing that was definitely missing in the in here when we were looking at it, it looks like hay a little bit because it's just ending so sharply. It's best to make the hair thin out at the tip, so but not to like 0. He had a haircut at some point, so let's just go at least 0.1, maybe even 0.25. Also, the hair is like not gray, it's just blonde, so that's material that, oh, there you go, you can see it looks kind of much better, I think. And yeah, I'll connect like base color. Oh no, that's way too colorful. Like this, it needs to be gray. And I guess I'll connect just a singular value for roughness. It would be like pretty rough, 0.7 at least. So these two things. Also, I'm not sure, is it like it's a surface default lit? No, it needs to be hair. So yeah, that's gonna look very different. Also, isn't there like used groom or hair? Yeah, used with hair strands. Yes, please. I don't know what that means, but I memorized that it's a thing you can click, so you probably should. So yeah, again, the top half is something that's just under the hat, but at some point it might fly off or something, so it may better be, you know, improved in the future. Also, check this out, guys. So this is like hair translucency. This is the lit hair, then the shaded hair, and then this hair is casting a shadow, but then there's this spot of hair being lit through. That's pretty awesome. And where it gets thicker, it's opaque again. That's pretty damn impressive for a real-time engine with such a high level of detail on the hair strands. Another thing is, of course, the simulation. So that's really awesome. When you turn it on, oh damn, it's gonna take some time. I forgot about that. That's like when you turn it on for the first time, it needs to like cache all the strands of the hair as physical objects, and then it works like super fast and awesome. This is like one of the best hair simulations I've ever seen. Like, it's so cool. So yeah, I had two versions of hair for John. Simple hair that you guys just saw in the engine, and another one is the fun version, which was just, I wanted to see some simulations flying around. So yeah, there's this as well, and it's pretty damn fun to create these things. What was cool about creating this kind of shapes, let me create like, this is gonna be like hair 03. So I think I can even kind of turn this hair right now into like morally acceptable. And the cool way about like creating these very accurate fades, you know, how do you shape the hair to look like this? That's what looks impressive on hairstyles and MetaHuman Creator, that they look like they actually like having this fade with a buzz cut and whatever. Like, how do you shape that so perfectly? Actually, it's super easy. Barely an inconvenience. So you go to the weight paint. Pretty much you do all of that in a weight paint. And by that, I think I need to show you guys the emitter to see the map I'm painting. So yeah, this right now is the density map. So if I will increase the heat anywhere else, that's where the hair will start growing. So really, I could kind of export also the beard and everything, but John already has pretty good beard out of the box of the MetaHuman Creator, so I won't necessarily do that, but of course I could. But I haven't really experimented too much with, you know, changing his face yet in Blender or anything. There are plugins that can really make it very streamlined that you guys recommended, so thank you guys for that. But so far, I've actually been very busy with animating John and making sure he works as a character using a keyboard and mouse or the gaming controller. So all of that is done, but this video is not about that. And yeah, if we added the hair length weight paint, you can see it looks like this, really weird, as if there's supposed to be long hair on John's forehead, but it won't be because there's zero density on the other map, so you can definitely not even bother with that. And yeah, the way to create all of these like accurate fades is really just using gradients. Really, creating hairstyles using gradients is like the best thing ever, because that's something any barber would love to have in real life. If I'm gonna go with like weight being 0 and stretch the gradient like this, you can see we'll start getting somewhat of a more normal looking frontal part of this hair. And yeah, I'm just stretching that gradient of 0 length, so it's like semi-transparently applying that effect on it. Oh my god, you can see it's pretty much like a final product look. Yeah, so mostly it's like you're just using that. You start with a black map. Let me actually demonstrate exactly that. So I'll make the whole map black by using strength at 100 and weight at 0. That means I'm applying like black color at maximum opacity. And this way I'll drag the gradient backwards and it will fill everything up with black. Then I'll choose white weight and I'll drag the gradient from the top being like white color. And this is like an amazing perfect fade from the very top to the very bottom. And where the hair actually grows is taken care of earlier with the density map. So it's a pretty easy, process. I'm pretty much back where I just was, like it was just one gradient. And that's it. Well, not really. So yeah, you can also then go on the sides with like 0 weight, for instance, and tone it down. For some reason, very alas, the symmetry doesn't really work. You can see X symmetry is turned on, but it's not working ever. Ooh. That's such a punky look. I feel like something's wrong in here at the top. Yeah, I'm not sure. And another thing, you guys can notice that at a certain length, like when the hair is short, it's kind of like uniform and pretty much acting normal. But when it's getting longer, it's getting all messed up. Where is that, set up? That is just in the hair settings right here. It's all live, like I didn't really groom it all that much. Maybe I did a little bit, but not in this version. In the in-game version, the, cutting his own hair version, that's where I think I groomed it to be combed on the side, and that's like the worst part of it, probably. But yeah, you really don't need a lot of that, depending on the style of the game and, the craziness of your character. It may be just this kind of spiky hair with all kinds of messy settings applied to it, especially in, clumping a little bit. Don't overdo that, because it will do things that are totally disabled almost completely by the roughness. But yeah, it's doing this, the Final Fantasy Cloud kind of look, and it could go really insane. But if we bring back roughness like this, you can see it's getting messed up again, yet still it will be a combination of both. So you can do a bunch of stuff with that, introducing both effects. And what's really cool is you can also mask things out in terms of, like, I'm applying roughness to the tips, but also, like this. So shape lets you control like how long the hair needs to be to start acting according to this roughness effect. So this way only the longest hair gets it. But if I bring it to 0, even the shortest hairs will go all messed up. So that's a really cool way of controlling it. And of course, on top of that, you can go ahead and actually comb the hair. Well, yeah, it is combed a little bit, of course, because I need to have certain strands to go down and whatever. I really like using this mode a lot of the time, which is it's like dragging specifically the tips of hairs instead of doing the weird thing where you're grabbing pretty much all the time just the middle of the hair, which is so lame to do. So yeah, these are all different modes that are useful for different things. And of course, it's important to smooth these things around. Otherwise, things can go really insane. Oh yeah, it's so much better now. But yeah, like, let's say we have this kind of hair. That's pretty much the process. So yeah, we'll see if I can apply any more styling to that. But let's quickly go back to our witness hair right here, because it's done getting ready to be simulated. Any day now, I'll be able to align the camera. Oh, something insane is going on there. Oh my god, that's so creepy. What the hell? Why is that going on? Oh, that's such a good simulation. Oh, you can see it's kind of live already. But what's cool, if you're like applying lower stiffness or something, it will just fold down more. And you will see it here. I guess that's why we started seeing certain hairs sticking out from the hat, is because it changed its shape a little bit. But yeah, this stuff is starting to be live. There are different modes in here as well, depending on how complicated you want the simulation to be. So, another thing I want to show you guys is the fun hair on my John. So, as I mentioned, I have our main character walking around being all chill and alive and cutting his own hair. But it's pretty short hair, and I made sure it acts like, you know, more or less real, not just bouncing around live all the time like, we're simulating it, are you saying it? Yeah, I'm trying not to do that. I'm still working on the jumping mechanism. I'm not sure if the survival horror game really needs jumping, but right now I'll go to the John's blueprint and I'll replace his hair with that fun version. Do I just type in fun? Yep. There it is. And also fun binding, it's important, otherwise things will be a bit messy. Even though it's the same mesh, but still binding needs to be different. It's already updated there, but it's gonna be also updated here, and it's gonna be absolutely majestic. I love this so much. Imagine playing a game where simulations of hair would be like this. It's insane. I mean, where it would be actually reasonable. And look at how it's like being translucent on the sun. It's like real hair of a very messed up person. But like, this is insane. This is so photoreal, like video real. Including the motion, you know. It's overly bouncy, but you guys saw that you can totally tone it down. I did it on purpose here just to see the limit of, you know, the way it can work, and I have yet to find the limit really. So yeah, that's what hair does. Now, I think I want to real quick make this hair not this long and import some kind of, you know, version that could possibly work in the final product. I think what's also good is to use like a soft, big brush with low strength and like, you know, apply it the way a complex gradient would work or something like that. So we would want to have a little bit more hair in here. I guess. I think it's gonna look insane. Oh my god. What was that show called? Mindhunter? Yeah, the guy from the Mindhunter. Okay, one stroke. I don't think I have the... Nope, it's still too much, so... Strength should be like 0.1. Bigger radius, and maybe there's even like something smoother, for instance, maybe that'll help. And like starting from the back a little bit, something like that. The shape may be messy also because of all the roughness that I applied.
Okay. I mean, I'm seeing this new thing here. Well, yeah. I can convert it to a particle system though, and that is like muy bien. Hmm. What am I gonna do? I think what I'm gonna do is go back to sculpt mode, add hairs here. But what we need to do there we go. Slide. Oh, that's wonderful. That is absolutely delightful. I love that I can do that. There we go. Technically, it's just straighten it out again. Oops. It's the one that's coming out of the back of her head. Is right here. That's what we're working on. Oops. This clump feels a little thick. Why are you highlighted in yellow? Hmm. Well,